No breath, no heartbeat, just static remains. Hollow reflections, ghosts in the cold. So come burn down my escape. I wanna feel it, come drag me into the void. Let my circuits decay. I'm sorry, but it's too late. You never.
Come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Well, hello. Too bad. Slick, what's up? Did you say something nasty, Oil Slick, that you had to delete your comment? Say something nasty. Ugh. All right, so today's plan. First of all, let me get rid of this stupid mute symbol on my screen here. If you put volume on minimum, which is essentially mute, it's fine. But if you mute it, there's a mute symbol the whole time on the screen. So, cool. I said first. Hiding Too Bad's first comment. Nice. Anyway, we do have a poll up. Wow, so far people don't like GT7. Basically, are you interested in me hosting GT7 lobbies? 75% say yes, 75% say no, 25% say yes. If I had to guess, they're all people who play Project Motor Racing. I find that PMR players, especially like the console player base, is probably the most advocating against Gran Turismo right now. Because they're starving for that game. Which, admittedly, I would love for it to succeed, but, you know, my hopes are, Alright, so, today's stream, we're going to be talking about the physics, Gran Turismo, fire model. I'm not going over. Probably quicker at it than me. So the plan is, today, I'm going to be focusing on cars I have fit or There we go. Okay. So apparently, interesting. All right, now we know. Now I know what the problem is, folks. We're good. Ah. All right. We're back. So I got it figured out. The issue was noise gate. I had noise gate on my Streamlabs, which is good for an open microphone like an XLR mic because they will hear a pin drop across the world if you don't have a noise gate. So how do we sound now? How do we sound now? What's going on, Shaolin? What's going on, Play, by the way? Play, by the way. Yeah, that's unfortunately this microphone. It's this microphone. There's nothing I can do about it. This is just a quieter microphone. That's recorded for metric users. It's possible that the music is just too loud. I'll turn the music down. We'll get this dialed in thing. This is the problem with like mobile streaming. It's kind of what I'm doing even though I'm in the same room. Testing microphone, testing microphone, testing microphone. You know? Yeah, unfortunately there's no real way to turn the microphone up. Ugh. Think I did my mic in Vaseline? Yeah, maybe. See how this sounds. Hold on. Yeah, it is super quiet. But it wasn't the other day. I didn't change any settings. Hold on, we'll get this, don't worry. Test, same thing. Alright, well, we'll just have to mess with it as we go. See how the game audio is. I'll just have to capture the audio lower, and you guys will have to turn your stuff up. That's how it will translate. There is no... The thing about it, though, is there is no auto for the wheelbase in terms of wheel lock. It does it automatically. Every car I get in has a different wheel lock. It does it automatically. No matter what I set it to, it just resets it. Alright, testing with game audio. Testing with game audio. Let's get in a car. It is super quiet. Like, I have everything on my laptop maxed out. It is super quiet. Like, I have everything on my laptop maxed out. Anyway, whatever. We'll figure it out as we go. Janky stream is janky. I'm telling you, man, I'm really, really, really considering putting this wheelbase on my rig for now until Simagic gets their act together with PlayStation support. So that way I don't have to, you know, deal with these type of things. All right, so let's see. So we're gonna start on Nords with my real car right now. It's better now. I didn't do anything. Maybe this microphone is just a piece of shit. It most likely is a piece of shit. All right, so we're gonna do Nords. And we're going to take my car, my bone stock variant. My actual car isn't bone stock, but this is a bone stock variant of it. But it's my exact car. And we're going to see if this car drives like my car did. We'll find out. Let's see. How does the sound? How does it sound? Balance-wise. Look at that. How does it sound? So quiet. It wasn't the other day. It was perfectly fine the other day. Like, this is a quiet microphone, unfortunately, but it was fine the other day. And the settings are all exactly the same. Trying to think if anything I might have missed, because I didn't have the game audio turned down at all. I wouldn't buy a PlayStation unless you're looking forward to like GTA 6 and Gran Turismo 8 and things like that. But I wouldn't buy it just for this game. I would not do that. This game is a great game to me, but I don't know if I could ever buy a console just for this game, knowing that it's closer to end of life than anything else, too. test. I don't get it. I don't know what's going on here. It's so quiet. Test. You wanna see something nuts? So I'm sitting at my main desk right now, right? This is the difference in volume, preset volume. And the XLR microphone is not max. So this is the headset microphone, right? This is the headset microphone. And this is the XLR microphone. This is the standard Shure SM7B that I have strapped to my rig. Look how much louder this is. And believe it or not, this one is turned down in volume. The headset volume is at max. I do not know why this headset is so damn quiet. I'm going to have to use my other headset, which is a pain in the ass. I hate technical shit, man. Holy jump scare? Yeah, exactly. Holy jump scare? Yeah, exactly. Dude, something's wrong with this microphone. It's not Grumps, the headset is attached to my computer. The only thing I'm doing with my PlayStation is playing the game. Grumps, the headset is attached. Hold on, I'm just gonna swap microphones quick. The only thing I'm doing with my PlayStation is playing the game. Hold on, I'm just gonna swap microphones quick. Like, this is me just swapping the microphone, the input in Streamlabs to my, this is. I honestly think something's wrong with the headset microphone because it's always been quiet, but the fact that it's just turning itself down, because you can see the meter that moves on screen, that how much the microphone is being triggered by my voice and like the volume overall peaking, and I can see that with the headset microphone, it's getting quieter and quieter and quieter as I'm using it. Guess I can get out another microphone, but it's going to sound like shit. Hold on. G-Hub. I just don't have it on this computer at the moment, but... Hold on, let me get my other headset. All right, sound settings. Where are we at? Actually, I shouldn't have to do that. Hold on. Hold on, folks. We're getting there. Jesus fucking loud, Batman. Test, 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 test. All right. Test. For Christ's sake. All right. How's my voice now compared to the game? Does GT7 ever go on sale? Most likely not. Most likely not, unfortunately. All right. Let me see if I can hear what this sounds like now. Fortunately. All right. Let me see if I can hear what this sounds like now. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. This microphone sounds awful. Really does sound awful, this microphone. That's like Dodge making the Viper. Slick. Yeah, something's got to be wrong with this headset. This sucks. I hate this microphone. Absolutely hate this microphone. Absolutely hate this microphone. Oh, it sounds so bad. Gives me anxiety just listening to it. Oh, it sounds... Oh, well. Hold on. Let me, I think the microphone partially is peaking, too. Test, test, test. Test, test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Good enough. Whatever. I don't give a shit. Just play some games. Huh? All right. Let's see. All right. Let's hear game audio and hold on. Game audio and my voice. Game audio and my voice. Game audio and my voice. This microphone sounds like dickhole. Oh my god, it sounds so bad. Let me go turn the microphone volume down. Like, turn that back up. We're gonna get there, guys. I promise. There is somewhat of a physics review in this game right now. I promise. I truly do. Oh my god. Let's see. So it's already at 71% and it sounds this rough. God damn. All right, let's see what this sounds like. 50%. 50% microphone. Audio enhancements, voice clarity. Let's turn that up. Oh, it's doing that bullshit where it turns itself up and down. Look at this. Test! Don't touch. Do not touch. Do not touch. 50%. Let's see what happens. Let's see how that sounds. All right, let's see. Feel like he's a radio host on Fallout? Yeah, right? Not even kidding. This is going to make me order a wheel deck for this wheelbase to put on my rig. Just so I don't have to deal with this bullshit. I'd rather temporarily not use Simagic stuff than use my RS50 on every game than deal with this mobility nonsense. Whatever. It is what it... Oh my god, I'm not even capturing the damn screen! This is another big part too. Like I'm breaking a sweat running back and forth. All right, let's play the game for a little bit. Play the game for a little bit. All right. Pro streamer right here. Yeah. I didn't have this issue the other day. It's all my headset microphone. I don't know what's going on with it, why it's doing it. I lied. I might actually know why. I think it's Streamlabs. I think it's Streamlabs fucking with my shit. I genuinely think it's Streamlabs. Sounds like I'm actually in the car driving. Nice. I don't know what I'm trying to say. All right. So anyway, let's at least do this one. Here, let's start this over. Let's at least like get through this. You know, this part. Okay. So, in case everybody forgot, I am driving my real life car right now. I own this car in real life. This is literally about 40 feet away from my current position, this car. My car is a little bit more modified. This is a bone stock version, but I've also built the setup for this car, and not a setup, but basic parts install to compare the stock version of this car to the current version of the car that I have to see. Now, the only thing that's different about my current version versus the one I set up in the game is I put my in-game car on some real DOT tires, meaning I have them on what I would call a Toyo R888. If anybody doesn't know what that tire, it's a 100 treadwear rated tire. It's a very, very grippy race tire that's DOT approved, meaning it has a tread pattern, so it's considered a street tire still. It's not a flat slick or a racing slick. That's not on my car. Now, I have some garbage ass all season tires on my car right now that go like 5 years. They're pieces of shit. So. Alright, so it's Streamlabs. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, mic check. This is the XLR microphone. XLR microphone. Okay. That's fine. It's not doing it there. It's not doing this problem to the XLR for some reason. Let's see. Let's turn for now, so you don't hear me do shit. Turn noise gate back on. Now let's get my other headset. Test microphone. Microphone. Test microphone. All right, noise gate off. This is back on the original headset. See, the right now the volume's loud. I'm looking at it on the meter. It is loud. It is genuinely loud. So let's see if it automatically adjusts itself, which is the problem. And this is Streamlabs, and I don't know why. So let's turn this volume back at 100. Okay, so this is the actual headset, the original one, at 100% microphone. And according to Streamlabs, it's in full send. Full send. This is how it was the other day. Fine. It's fucking fine. Fucking video games, man. Or it's not video games, it's technology. So right here, see? See, this is the volume of the microphone. For some reason, I don't know why, Streamlabs will do this. So all I did just now was literally take my Astro A50 headset, unplug it, and this is one of those things where once here's Streamlabs. Let me show you. Oh. So this is Streamlabs, right? This is the software, Streamlabs. You are now entering the Twilight Zone. And this is the capture software I use. But for some reason, sometimes you have to unplug your microphone, in this case, the headset, after you open this program. I don't know why. It's almost like it's a bug with Streamlabs. And even though I have everything turned off in Streamlabs, Streamlabs takes control of the microphone and automatically adjusts gain. It's like really frustrating. And that's why as soon as it happened with the second headset, I knew what was happening. Anyway, let's get out of this. You would see here the mic volume doing this. It would be lowered out of nowhere. And all of a sudden, hey guys, why can we barely hear me? What's going on? Oh, that's why, because it's changing itself. But anyway, all right, that should be fixed now. If it's the problem I've experienced before. And I'm on the good headset anyway, so. Fucking Christ, man. You know, now I got to use the little boy's room. Hold on. You know, what's good about streaming is that no one really watches the streams after the fact. So it does take away some of the nonsense you got to deal with up front. Of course, now I got to figure out how to make the audio come through my headset. Music is playing right now, right? Yeah. Hold on, now I don't have game audio. So all you guys right now are hearing is my voice, but you're not hearing anything from the headset in terms of game. This is, nope, it is playing. I don't know why this is being a pain in the ass right now. Test, test, test. Yep, microphone working. Is anything working? I'm trying to see if it's just the All right, that's working. Okay, so for some reason the music wasn't working. Dude, every app, one after the other, is being a piece of shit right now. What is going on? Holy, first time, Batman. Folder, open my goddamn music, play my goddamn music. Hey, look, the music's finally working again. That was another program that I had to open and close for no reason. Holy Jesus, Mary and Joseph. All right, I think we're good. Fuck. All right. You guys can hear me and you can hear the music right now. Correct. Correct. Waiting for confirmation. All right. Okay. All right. So anyway, folks, like I was saying, let's retry this. That's loud. Holy shit. All right, so we are in a 2015 Ford Focus ST. This is my own personal daily driver. Little dick around sports car, hot hatch. Fun little car. Not a fast car, just a fun car. Bone stock configuration right now. I've driven the shit out of this car in every aspect. So the Nürburgring is probably the most street car friendly track, right? That's at least in Gran Turismo. So we're going to do some driving on Nords with the car that I have extensive experience driving in real life. If there is anything between this and the Mustang, which we're going to be doing next, by the way, but if there is any car that I have any level of like realism argument, it's this car that I'm in right now. Now, the one missing element to realism here that's really going to throw me off is just G-forces. And G-forces, in my opinion, is like the one feature that ruins realism for me. I think it's a stupid thing to even talk about realism. But I am going to, since it's the talking point of this update, I'm going to talk about it. So here we go. Let's drive the car that I own in real life. Completely stock configuration, or so what Gran Turismo is telling me it is. All right. So let's see. I'm not going to pay too much about the actual speeds, which obviously is a factor of realism. I'm just going to focus on how they've captured this car in terms of driving standpoint. Got a good amount of body roll stock. It should. Spinning the front tires. Mid-turn. That's what it does. Although, realistically, what this car does a lot, that a game is likely not going to convey, is wheel hop. Wheel hop a lot. So let's pretend it's wheel hopping. And that's what happens when I try driving the real car like a race car. All right, so hold on. We're going to launch this car. Turn my hazards off. All right, so in real life, I would not drive this car. The first thing I do is turn TC off. Not on. If I can't, here's what I can tell you guys. If in no way, if I can't even attempt to drive this car around with TC off, that is unrealistic in a forced difficulty way. If this is realistic, right now, this car should spin tire, spin into second gear, and then start to grip up completely in second gear, and then never spin tire again, at least in a straight line. So, let's see. Well, we short shifted it, but she bogged in a second. But in real life, The first thing I would do when I drive this car, and I wanted to drive it in a spirited way, is I would be turning off traction control, 100%. Because, like, I see a common argument now that, like, oh, you can drive cars in the game without TC on. I'm like, yeah, you can in real life. Now, obviously, if they've gone way too far into the grip territory, so where you only race it with TC off, for race cars anyway, I could make the argument that, okay, they've gotten a little too forgiving. But in every sports car in the street world that I have ever owned, the first thing I do is turn off traction control. I control throttle, right? Not my ECU. Now, on a full-blown friggin' race car, the ECUs are so much smarter than production cars. It's a very different story. In a race car, in real life, you want TC on. You want ECU management helping you out. In a street car, you want that shit off immediately. Anyway. And this, by the way, you know what this car does in real life? Even though it's front-wheel drive? Oversteer. When you get on coast, the rear end of the car comes out. Yeah, this car's all over the road right now. See how the rear end's coming out? That's what it does. But notice how I have controllable grip. The car is, you hear the tires breaking free, you hear the car moving around, blowing through the tires, but I'm driving the car. What's going on, Digi? Also, what's going on, Grumps? I didn't actually say hi before. You guys started a conversation. Up, 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 up! We died, folks. We died. We just totaled our regular car on Nords, and guess what? We don't got an insurance policy to pay for it because it doesn't cover racing. Because, Grumps, I'm driving a street car, not a race car. You need to slow down, and sometimes you got to get on the brakes. If this is a race car, you would drive it very differently than a stock street car. And I'm just trying to get down the track without dying. I've already died once. Gotta pay for the wall repair. Does the car sound correct? Correct enough. You know, it's a bone stock 4-cylinder turbo car. These cars aren't, the EcoBoost engines aren't known for good sound. And this sounds pretty meh. You know, like a 2JZ Supra is an example of a car that, like, you would want that to sound 1-to-1 before you give a shit about an EcoBoost engine. EcoBoost just meh. But see how the ass comes out? I don't know if that's by intent in this game or they actually know that about this car. I don't actually know, but then again, they have the biggest team for researching on cars, so I would imagine to some degree that when they do add a car in this game, they've done some level of research on it and they haven't just scanned the body of it, you know? But this car, excessive body roll. The Focus ST, guys, has a ton of body roll out of the box. Like a lot more than your typical hot hatch. Like, for example, I did 2 things to the suspension of my car on my ST. Well, all I did, because again, it's a full-on street car. I don't race it like that anyway. Basic lowering springs and some stiffer sway bars or anti-roll bars for the race car guys to get rid of some of the body roll to make the overall just driving a bit better. But I do remember in this game going, wow, I can't do what I can do in my real car in this game. In this exact car right here, I could not do it. So, like I said, today I'm focusing on street cars. I have done some GT racing offline or off stream. In my opinion, the racing soft tires in this game are broken. That is the one thing where in my opinion, they went way too far into grip. So, like, the hard tires, I like. The medium tires are a little grippier. The softs are like the mediums times 100 when it comes to grip. So I don't really know what happened with the scaling of the racing softs in this game, but I can definitely see how people are complaining about them being way too grippy, because I think they are as well. You can stop on a dime. But I like the hards and the mediums, honestly. And I like the street car tires, for sure. Definitely like the street car tires. One thing I will say that the ST has always done phenomenally out of the box, even in like a configuration like this, is stop. You're going in a straight line and you just jack up on the brakes, the thing stops. But in my opinion, though, if you have access to a lot of titles like I do, I still think this game is the king of street cars. If you want to race real-life street cars on real-life tracks, there is no better game ever made than Gran Turismo. And that's the reason I originally was playing Gran Turismo. I never cared about hypers or GT3s or anything like that in this game. I have 0 hours doing dailies in this game. I've never done one before. In fact, if I stream this game, I'm going to see how much of a shit show that is on stream for the first time. I've never experienced it. So I would say so far, I understand that, Grumps. I'm just driving the car around. I'm not trying to have some kind of like fast pace. I'm just driving the car around. I'm focusing on talking, focusing on thinking. I'm not focusing on trying to get this car around the track as fast as possible. I'm treating it like real life, Grumps, where I'm driving my real life car that I own and nobody is going to insure on Nords. And if I crash it, I have to fix it. So I'm driving like that, if we're being completely honest. Hey, my parts to fix my grill are finally shipping. Only took them 3 weeks to ship it after I bought it. That's cool. For an in-stock item. Okay. Let's now we're going to jump in my almost current configuration. This is the configuration of my car currently that I'm in, but I'm on really, really shitty street tires. Like, shittier than the ones that So this car comes with Eagle F1 tires, all seasons, but they're really good for an all-season tire. Currently, my car is on, like, the bottom-of-the-barrel garbage tires off Tire Rack. So there's no grip in my car currently. You doing a E to A driver rating series and dailies? Is that like a Gran Turismo trend? Because the last thing I want to do with Gran Turismo is the exact same thing everybody else does, you know? I'm not part of a tribe. I don't care. I do my own thing. And for me, like I said, for the most part, I'm a street car guy, and that's why I love Gran Turismo. You take the street cars out of Gran Turismo, I have no reason to play this game. At least not over other games. Like, PMR does race cars better. Maybe GT3s right now might be a conversation piece worth having, but like, for example, the GTEs, so for, and Gran Turismo, they call it Group 3, and they take the GTEs, they take the GT3s, and they take anything that's got similar style regulations, and they put them in one group, and they balance them for that group. So in other games where they actually split them by actual regulations, so like GTE and GT3 are separate, where in this they're the same, I think if you were to compare the RSR Porsche in this game to the GTE Porsche, aka the RSR, in Project Motor Racing still blows it away. But if you, in my opinion, were to get into, say, a GT3 car in PMR versus right now in GT7, I actually think GT7s are better. But I am comparing that notably on racing soft tires, racing hard tires in Gran Turismo to hard tires in PMR. I'm not using racing softs and comparing that to PMR's cars. I'm comparing them on the same tire, or so they're programmed to be the same tire anyway. MBRP catback. Yeah. I still like the drive. Here's the thing. It's not in my opinion, where this game falls apart on being a true sim is the way it conveys racing to you. So like regulations kind of get pissed into the wind. The rules pissed into the wind. Everything like that kind of goes away. Like, there's no qualifying. You can practice, and then you can race. The driving, though, right now, especially after this physics update, so far, I actually very much like. There are scenarios where I understand why people don't like it, where they went too far into grip. In my opinion, it's the racing softs on race cars. Racing softs on street cars still feel okay to me, but on race cars, they do kind of feel like formula cars, almost. At least from a grip standpoint. So anyway, let's go to car settings, stock, EJR modified. This is what my car would be in real life. So for sport softs, which is what I would consider to be like a Toyo R888 tire or a Nitto 555 R2, which are both 100 treadwear tires, and they are very, 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 very grippy, like very grippy street tires. Street suspension. So all I did was lower my car in real life. So the difference between normal and that is the spring rate and the height. And that's all I've done in real life, as I swap the springs. It is tuned, so I have full control computer. I mean, I used to argue it's sport computer, but it's street tuned. It's as good as it's going to get. Air filter, muffler. I technically have an exhaust manifold. I do have to go buy that. Technically, I have that. Even though it doesn't have an exhaust manifold, it's part of the turbo. So this is just inaccurate sort of menuing type thing, you know. I do have brakes on it, pads and rotors. I have bigger rotors, and I have pads. I am going to go put the exhaust manifold on it. This car, so my car makes right now, my actual ST makes about 265 to 270 at the tire, which 300 horsepower, it should make a little bit more than that. So let's see what the manifold gives us. Let's go back and put the manifold on it. Because I basically do have a full... my Focus has the equivalent of a full system exhaust. Not any fraction of the exhaust is OEM, except the housing that holds the turbo. The thing is that I can't swap that housing and keep the stock turbo. They're all one. You swap the turbo and the manifold all at the same time. So anyway, I have the comparison of a full exhaust on this car. For what it's going, I haven't really been reading the argument in chat, but I will say this. I always encourage disagreement. Just don't go to like name calling or stuff like that. I mean, I don't give a shit what you guys do, but if you direct it at me, well, then you're going to get the fuck out. If you guys want to talk shit to each other, I don't really care, to be honest with you. I'm not here to hold any hands or police. I don't care. Truly, you're all adults. You guys can adult the best way possible. And if that means you guys got to go in the back room and duke it out, then that's what you got to do. Just don't direct it at me. That's all I ask. Here we go. This is what I forgot to get. So that brings it up to 309 horsepower. So I'd say that's probably fair, you know. Because again, my car makes 265 at the tire. This is 309 at the motor. It's front wheel drive, so it's probably going to lose about 15%, maybe a little bit less. So that's fair. That's fair. Back on Nords. Your Focus has 146 horsepower. Must be a naturally aspirated one. All right, so let's go afternoon. Trash talk enabled. EJR, you're right. What am I right about? The biggest caveat I will say this about the debate. I assume we're talking about, if I had to guess without reading, I assume the debate is about the GT3 cars and PMR and their front end grip. Is that what the conversation is about? I haven't read any of it. I'm trying to, but I'm so focused on explaining myself, you know. But as far as the E to A thing, if it's something worth, but if it's one of those things that 1,000 people have done it, I don't really like. I've always considered myself somewhat of a black sheep. I don't like doing what other people have done 1,000 times, unless it's a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong, E to A, if it's a lot of fun for me, then I'll do it. But if it's one of those things where it's going to be toxic and I'm going to deal with it, which I'm sure I'm going to deal with nonsense, you always do in racing, but if it's just playing follow the leader and it's not that fun, then I don't care too much. I would rather focus on streetcar realism and streetcar racing. I love streetcars, guys. I really do. Really do. Anyway, okay. So now we're in the best way I can represent my current car, except I don't have these tires on my car anymore. I don't, because the car became too much of a daily driver, and I would just kill these tires, just basic driving too much. So now I have 540 treadwear garbage tires on the car. It will not grip to save its life. All right, so let's do TC off. Now, what I fully expect right now is, even though the car is faster, I know that in real life, if I did all those mods to the car, and then I went from Eagle F1s to Toyo R888s, the car is actually going to have more grip. Even though it's going faster for more horsepower, it's going to have more grip. That would be my expectation. So let's just do this quick. So about the same there. I was trying to let the mile per hour catch up. I can feel the more grip in the wheel. It actually does sound more like my car now. It's not one-to-one. It's by no means one-to-one, but it's enough to go, this is a Focus. This is a Focus ST with an EcoBoost. It's a little too high-pitched. It needs to be a little throatier, and then it would be pretty one-to-one. Still has the body roll, but not nearly as much, and just the lowering springs in my car alone with the anti-sway bars made body roll almost null. Now, unfortunately, and I mean unfortunately, because I wish I could actually do this right now. I wish I could take my car down Nords. But for me to go down Nords, I would have to rent a car and do it. It costs so much money to get my car to Germany, it's not even funny. Whoop, whoop. Now let's test braking, because my car stops on a dime. Here we go. I believe that. Truly, I believe that. In fact, I actually think I'd have to go do it about 110 miles an hour to 0 and just stuff the brakes. But I have one of the one thing about the Focus, especially with some like decent tires and good brakes, is that if you have a passenger that's not paying attention, it's one of those when you stuff the brakes, they're like, "Barr!" The seatbelt's just holding them back the whole time. Yeah, the car stops amazingly in real life. ST on Nords, exactly. Way less tire squeal, yeah. Fun fact, the loudest tires I've ever heard squeal are the hardest ones. The grippiest tires are always so quiet. Like my Drag Max on my Busa. You don't hear it spinning tire. You just hear the engine free rev. This is on Sport Softs, Kev. So this is what, in my opinion, the game would convey as like a Toyo R 888 tire. Acceleration's right. Car's not accelerating too fast. Like, believe it or not, one of my biggest problems with my own personal Focus was not paying attention, was actually how effective the brakes were. Like, the best way I can explain the brakes in this game is ACC. Not this game, this car in real life. This car is real life ACC when it comes to brakes. Just stuff the brakes and it stops. So I would be over braking all the time in this car in real life. Because there's almost no brake fade. It's got way more rotor and pad than the car itself needs. Totaled my car. Totaled my car on Nords. We'll bring your Corolla. I'll never have the budget. It's going to cost me like 15 grand to get my car there and back. Just to transport. It's insane. There's a reason why, like, so the EU gets a lot of motorcycles, like spec. Same bike, but better spec. And so, for example, for straight line racing, you might want a bike that's bottom tier suspension, bottom tier features and electronics, but the same badass engine as the higher tier one. For example, let's reference a specific bike, the 2021 and newer CBR Triple R, not double R, Triple R. The US version only gets the super expensive $35,000 bike. There is an $18,000 variant that only the Europeans get. Same exact chassis, same exact engine. No fancy suspension, no fancy electronics, no fancy brakes, no fancy nothing. For straight line racing, you don't want any of that stuff. That's road racing stuff, right? So I've already entertained what it would cost to get that $18,000 bike overseas. You're better off buying the US bike. It's ridiculous. Now Tim, you're fine. You're fine. I see you drive. You're faster than me most of the time. Also, for what it's worth, guys, I did try the Logitech trick on this game for PMR. Ironically, it didn't do anything for me for PMR. Where you turn the wheelbase on beforehand and stuff like that, didn't seem to do anything for me. No change. However, on Gran Turismo, ironically, if you turn it on like normal, you turn your PlayStation on,
And what does it do?
and then you turn on the wheelbase, it operates like normal. Open Turbo, thank you for the sub. However, if you turn the wheelbase on first, and then the PlayStation, it creates the problem that PMR has, where it does that like snap off center. Like for example, when I was playing the other night, ironically, Puff and Stuff was playing with us, and he was one of the guys that started talking about that. I'm sitting there in the pits and idle, and my wheel's doing this. All my car's doing is idling. I'm like, what the hell? That's never done this before. This is what it should be doing. Nothing. The car's idling. Why is my wheel oscillating? It was because I turned the wheelbase on first. So ironically, the problem for some people that fixes PMR on the Logitech wheelbase also breaks Gran Turismo. So it's not entirely PMR's fault here. There is something weird. I mean, it is their fault specifically for the order. It shouldn't be like, you shouldn't have to turn your wheelbase on ever. You should always have to turn the system on first, then the wheelbase. But anyway, that's where something they did is wrong. However, the fact that Logitech wheelbases, depending on the order you turn them on, it breaks them, that is a Logitech problem. That is up to Logitech to fix. Because Gran Turismo doesn't have problems like this. And if you turn the wheelbase on first and then your PlayStation, and then boot up Gran Turismo, your wheel's broken the same way it is by default in PMR. So, don't ask. Oh, shaky, shaky. Oh, boy. This, I would imagine, in real life would be the hardest part of Nords for me. That, like, high speed, because, like, the thing about a car like this, so the Focus ST is, like, pretty notorious for being badass at autocross. And now, if you guys don't know what autocross is, which I'd hope most of you do, but if you don't, it's essentially very low speed, cone style, quick snap racing, circuit racing. It's not like a road course like this. And these cars kill it. Where these cars start to fall apart, though, in real life, is very high speed turning. So we're going to see right here how I handle this. I've never gone this fast in my Focus for fear of blowing it up. I'm not even kidding. The fastest I've gone in my ST is about 140, 145. And it's sketchy. From an engine stand, I feel like that the motor is just not happy. Probably should have stayed in third right there. Also, so overall, as someone who drives this car, I've never been on Nords with this car. Obviously, I never will. My goal is to go to Nords, but I'm never going to do it with this car. I have zero complaints about the way that drove from a realism standpoint. So the buff that this game got, because let's face it, the physics update and the tire update made the cars in this game more controllable. Because this is what I've learned about the people who've played Gran Turismo and this update so far. The people who did not like the driving before, and I was one of them, I did not like Gran Turismo 7's driving. The cars all drove like shit to me. That was where the sim racing games really kind of moved the needle. It's like, holy shit, this exposes how bad Gran Turismo 7's driving is. If you didn't like Gran Turismo 7's driving before, you now like it a lot more. If you liked it before and got really, really fast with it, like the really fast guys are, all the top split, A-class guys, whatever you want to call it, those guys now hate it. Because, in my opinion, I think the reason that a lot of them hate it is because it removed a lot of the difficulty, and they're worried about the skill gap shrinking. Now, more regular people can have more pace, which is probably true. But my argument is always, if it moves the needle and I know a lot of people are saying things are unrealistic, and I'm not saying everything they did is realistic, but so far, I could not do what I just did with this car in this game previous, and I could do it in real life, and it pissed me off. So you just get used to that sort of driving. This car right now, for this car to do what it just did, I would have to put it on racing softs before. And I've never driven this car on a full-blown friggin' umpteen $1 million slick. I've only ever driven it on very, very grippy competition street tires. And it handles like it's on rails by comparison to what Gran Turismo 7 before was telling me. And now I'm like, it feels the same on sports softs as it did before on racing softs. However, like I said, I do think in the GT specific cars, like the GT3s, the racing softs are now broken. They're now way too grippy. The mediums and hards I actually like. The softs are like, you can feel going from hards to mediums and it being like, okay, I got a little more grip. I can push it a little bit harder into a turn without getting some understeer. When you go to softs, it turns them into like F1 cars. Or not, I wouldn't say F1 cars, but more like an F3 or an F4. And that's just too much grip. To the point where, when I say it's too much grip, I've never driven the car. But again, there comes that suspension of disbelief thing I always talk about, where I now do something that is so like, I don't know if this car can actually do that, to the point where I get pulled out of the experience. You can dabble a little bit harder than real life and a little bit easier than real life and remain inside that suspension of disbelief and believe everything you're seeing and tolerate it and be like, this is good, I like it. But when you go too far in one direction, you go, I don't know about that. And it pulls you out of the experience, Had fusion in your neck and it was good, fine on controller. I haven't played it on controller in a long time. GT7 PC port, as I do not own a PlayStation and probably by choice never will. But I hate paying subs to do anything online. I hear you. I mean, I've had PlayStation. I'm probably going to have a PS6, and I don't think this is going to come to PC. I'm probably going to get a PlayStation 6 just for Gran Turismo 8, because it's not going to come out on 7. It's not going to come out on PS5. If I had to guess, if I were Sony, I would release Gran Turismo 8 to support the new releases of PS6. Jesus, these numbers. Acronyms and numbers. See, a 40-foot container costs $30 to $45K from Holland to the U.S. At least it did last time I checked. Sprint actually likes the brakes more now, and PMR, he thinks they're more... you and Grumps are talking. And my take on PMR's current understeer induced from braking is it wasn't there at all before, and now it's there, but I think a little bit too much. It should be there because it's a real-life effect. When you are in a turn and you get on the brakes, you understeer. Even with ABS. ABS isn't magic. It just pulses your brakes so you don't have to. That's the only difference. It's just better at it than you. But you still understeer. However, I do think in PMR right now, it's a little too much. They need to pull it back. I think the middle ground of where it was versus where it is now would be perfect. But we'll see what they do in time. You're still out of your mind? Well, I am definitely out of my mind, but I think they're better. PS8, let's go. Yeah, right. GTA will make you upgrade your gear. Yeah. I'm considering putting this on my rig, guys. I hate it because the Simagic stuff really does do a lot more for me. But I want to play this game on my rig. I want to use my mic. I want to use my seat. I love this little collapsible thing. It's really cool. But if I'm going to spend like significant time on Gran Turismo, I got to do so much extra temporary setup stuff. Like I set up a key light just to give some general light. This is where, in my opinion... Oh, yeah, do my launch here. This is where Gran Turismo really kind of blows... hide menu. There we go. Let's go, EJR. What are you waiting for? You know what it is? The guy's talking. EJR's talking his ass off right there. Like anybody cares. That's what's happening right now. Yeah, see, like right there, that slow pan while the car was driving by is the kind of very, very small sort of camera movement that makes replays look so much more advanced. So PMR's visuals are good in replays, but like right there, that would have been a stagnant shot in PMR. It would have just been a fixed camera and the car drove by it, which looks fine until you look at something like this where the camera's slow panning and the car drives by. That just adds a small little element to replays that make replays look so much more movie and real life-esque. But either way, I'm for it. I will say they did get the color wrong on this car. This is my car's factory color, magnetic metallic, and it looks black almost in this. It's much more charcoal looking in real life. Looks like a polished game here. This should be the standard. Unfortunately, I agree. All right. Let me turn off ray tracing because I could see the slowdown happening there a little bit. I'm just curious because I have on prioritize frame rate. Even though the frame rate, it just turns off ray tracing. The visuals don't actually change. All right, so now let's get in the next car. I think I've already got a modified variant of it. Hold on. I think I might have added some parts to it. Oh, no, wait, never mind. This is a stock car. Perfect. This is perfect. This is a stock car. Okay, I haven't touched this one yet. Great. Great. So let's do this. Edit name. All right. So I want to do a test here. What is the factory Nürburgring time of the Mustang GT, of the 2015 and newer Mustang GT? Ironically, the 2015, which is what this is the last year Mustang that I've actually driven. Although the S550, which is this body style, stayed this way for a while, and now it's the S650, which I think started in like 2020 or something. All right, 2015 Mustang GT Nords lap time. 8 minutes and 7 seconds. Okay. 8 minutes and 7 seconds is the goal, boys. I'm not going to do it. But let's try. 8 minutes, 7 seconds was the Nordschleife lap time for this particular car. So I'm going to go to the bathroom quick, and then I'm going to try and get as close to that as possible. Now, if this game... Now, I'm obviously not very good, but if this game is too forgiving, I should be able to beat that lap time. If this game is too forgiving. But I have the feeling I'm not going to even get to the lap time. Because I am not a professional... The guys who test those cars, they know Nords like the back of their hands. And they're typically Ford guys that know Nords like the back of their hand. So they know the Mustang and they know the track. They know far more about getting this car down the track than I do. So they in real life should go faster. So if I go 8 minutes and 7 seconds or faster, the game is too forgiving. I'll be right back. A lot faster than you thought. For what it's worth, Eagles, unfortunately, it kind of takes like an American to know this, but Mustangs actually handle way better than the rest of the world actually thinks. Like, the fact that they are a crashing into crowds meme is a meme because it's all... The cars are so easy to drive. They are so easy to control, oversteer. They're so easy to... They grip awesome even on... Like, I want to say this car comes with Pirelli tires. Pirelli P0 tires. Let's look that up. See if my memory serves me right. Oh, yeah, I didn't turn my microphone off. You guys are welcome. Steady flow, boys. I keep forgetting. This here is attached to my head, not on my rig. You're welcome. All right, Mustang GT factory tires. I want to say it was Pirelli P0 tires. Of course. I got to actually look it up because... Oh, here we go. I don't know if you guys... I'm going to read this directly from Google. The 2015 Ford Mustang GT came with the factory tire sizes depending on the trim package. Base GT models wore 235/50 R18 all-season tires on 18-inch wheels, while GT models equipped with the performance package featured a staggered setup with 255s in the front, 275s in the back, rear summer performance tires, typically Pirelli P0 tires. It's almost like I knew that for some reason. All right. So, by the way, I've never driven. I'm referring to this here looks like this is the performance pack, which is, if we're going to talk about stock 2015 Mustang GT that I've driven and driven hard, was a bone stock performance pack car. I've never owned an S550. I've just driven them, but I've owned an S197. Oh, and what I was going to say though about it being an American to understand the Mustang, the Fox body. The, like, dominating drag car Mustang is actually an incredibly awesome road race car with the proper setup. The chassis itself of a Fox body Mustang is tits in road racing. If you know how to set up a car. The chassis is really good. It needs a cage because the chassis itself is a piece of shit from a structural standpoint. It needs a cage to stiffen it up. But they make awesome road race cars. And they are known for being drag cars. All right, here we go. TC off. Let's send it. Sadly, this car sounds more like a Mustang than Race Room. Oh, understeer! I felt it. I felt it. I will say this, GT7's understeer feeling right now. I hate that this game feels good to me. Because I really don't like Sony as a company. I really don't. I got nothing against Polyphony or Kaz or any of those guys making the game. I just don't want to support Sony anymore. And this game will make me support Sony just to play it. So far, no complaints. So far, no complaints. Oh! Woo! Oh, I blew it. I blew it. And we crashed our test car, guys. We crashed our test car. So that means we got to do it again. We got to do a clean lap. I don't care if we, like, kiss the limits or whatever. Limits, LOL and GT7, limits. But, like, I don't mind if we drift off track as long as we recover smoothly. But, like, right there, that's a restart. I'm trying to see how we can compare it to the actual lap time of the real car. LS is for sissies. I do love my LS motors. But admittedly, I think I like Coyote motors more. But for the longest time, they weren't around, so... The Coyote is this is going to be a controversial topic between the Ford and Chevy guys. The Coyote's a better motor. But I would rather put an LS in any other car than a Coyote. It's a much lighter motor, it's a much smaller motor, and it's a much easier motor to make power out of. It doesn't make it a better motor, it just makes it a better circumstantial motor. That's a Nord's YouTube clip, right? I'm going to drive more on the side of caution here because I do want to complete a successful lap. All right, hard on the brakes here, Evan. Because I brake like I'm in a race car. And the problem is, the car doesn't turn in like a race car. It'll just drift off the track. But by the way, though, the Mustang GT, even stock, handles substantially better than my Focus ST, if you factor in the speed. It's just so much faster of a car. Obviously, it's going to do much more mile per hour. But if you were to limit them to the same sort of acceleration of mile per hour, Mustang will run circles around the ST. Like circles. Oh no! It's the, I don't brake as long as I should, that's the problem. The problem is that I'm so used to race cars that I trust the tires more. So I'll get on the brakes and I think I can turn in harder and I can't, it just understeers. So I have to brake for longer to get to a lower mile per hour. Oh! Woo! But the thing is that the biggest thing that GT's, whether you think it's too easy or too hard, is a moot point for what I'm about to say. One thing that GT7 is doing way better now than it never did before is communicating with my wheel what's happening with the car. GT7 was always dog shit with that before. Dog shit. I hated it. You couldn't feel anything. You just muscle memorize shit, which is why the controller players, technically in GT7, were faster. Good controller players were the ones always breaking records and abusing slip angles and stuff because all you needed was a joystick that could go lock to lock. Now you can actually feel what the car's doing in the wheel. I might actually go to even say that the wheel gives you an advantage in Gran Turismo now instead of the controller. I'll read all the comments in a minute here, guys. I'm just trying to get through this lap without crashing. This is making me want another Mustang so bad. I do miss that car. I really, really wish I never sold it. Really wish I never sold it. I impulse sold it. It wasn't a money thing. I didn't need to get rid of it. I just was so mad at the car that I sold it. Stupid, young, dumb brain decision. Never sell anything on impulse, guys, ever. Only ever sell things because you need the money or something like that is more important in life. But never sell it on an impulse. Anything in your life that you give a shit about. You will regret it. That's the only reason I still have my booster right now. It's basically a shop ornament, and to say I have it. I don't even use it. But I've told myself, unless something happens in life where I need the money, I'm not going to get rid of it. It's just going to sit there and be an uninsured, unregistered thing. Doesn't cost me any money to own it. Just sits in the corner and looks pretty. Well, pretty if you like boosters. It's gonna be close. I might actually beat it. This is gonna be close. Still miss your first wife. Oh, no! No! Can't even look at chat, man. It's gonna be close. Obviously, I'm not gonna do it, but... $814.5. I have no complaints about that. You know, no complaints about that. I had, yes, there were mistakes that slowed me down, but nothing like killed my time. Like that there and that straight probably cost me 2 seconds. That stupid little whoopsie not paying attention. So 814.5. The real car did 807. All things considered, though, I was pretty happy with that lap. I could definitely go faster. If I guess, I could probably get the car. If I grind it all day, I could probably get the car to like 809, maybe. Let me see. Read some of these comments. The only studio with less devs than PMR is Rensport. That's probably true. Rensport's been out for 4... Rensport's not going anywhere. Here's the thing. The only reason why Rensport's still alive is because they're not in debt. That's about it. They clearly went into it with money. They've probably lost money, but they're not in debt. So for them, it's a matter of hoping the game gets some level of business to just make money from this point forward. That's the only thing I can see. Because if they were PMR and the decisions they've made with that little players, they'd be done already. Fox bodies also need LS. No, I think they're better with a Coyote. But they are pretty damn good with an LS. Made all the grass yellow. Modify your car. Where are you from, Wilk? said Europe, so I assume Europe. Yes, Jay, believe it or not, if we were going to do like something like that, I very much consider the power. I bought the power pack on day one and I've never played it. So that would actually be completely new content for me that could provide some level of entertainment. But I do want to play, so I really want to get back into iRacing too. But we'll see. In my mind, LS are kind of, here's the thing. There is no doubt LS motors are extremely boring motors. They're pushrod V8s. They all sound the same. But that being said, they are so disgustingly cheap to build and reliable for the price, they're hard to really argue against. The biggest reason why LS motors are so hated by so many people is because they're so overused. They're overused for a reason. I would rather have a badass Coyote motor than a badass LS motor. But it's cheaper to make more power with an LS, and it's lighter. So it means it can go, and it's smaller, which means you can put it in more vehicles. All street cars return to stock, even the communists weren't that bad. I think America will be the last country in all of the world to, maybe, well, I don't know how Germany is. There's also Japan, too. I don't know the regulations of both of those, but I feel like those would be the top three for the last stand for, you know, your rights to modify your own shit. Is chat okay? Oh, it's sad. Twitch rewards that nice. 9 choices of cereal brand is true freedom. Oh, man. Have a good one, Tim. Thanks for stopping by. Amish cart builds. Oh, George Carlin's just the best. Believe it or not, if anybody ever wants to, like, because I know politics is always like this weird thing that people are always curious. I wish it wasn't a thing. I wish it was still a stigma to talk about people's political beliefs and no one wanted to, but now everybody wants to. My political beliefs are that of George Carlin. George Carlin's the man. When I finally get a C7, I want a nasty RPM happy engine. Take an LS7 and de-stroke it to a 396. That's what I would do. If you want a badass engine that makes a lot of power naturally aspirated and revs to the moon, de-stroke a 427 to a 396. And put some badass cylinder heads and one big donkey dick of a cam in it. All right, let's get back to it. Chat is something else today. Hey, whatever you guys got to do to enter, because it's also you guys entertaining me as well. So, all right, so now let's modify this car to what I had. My actual street car. Now, my actual street car was an S197 variant of this car, still a Coyote car. Well, technically a Roadrunner, but that's besides the point. Let's modify this. The only real difference between the S550 and the S197 was the rear end. The S550 got IRS. The S197 was a solid rear axle. But I had a Boss 302. I actually prefer the solid rear axle, even road racing. But it's more. The real benefit to IRS is if you're going down like a bumpy road. That's the main thing. You can, for the same, when you have IRS, you can hit a curb and that tire will move to the shape of the curb without affecting the other tire. Whereas on solid rear axle, if you go up a curb on the rear, it'll pitch both tires towards the curb. So you'll lose more grip on the outside tire by scrubbing a curb. That's where IRS works better than solid rear axle. Let's see what am I going to get in my roulette ticket? I'm going to get $5,000 or $10,000. $5,000 or $10,000. What's it going to be? Actually, I finally won a car and a ticket. I finally won a car. I'll probably never use it, but I won it. I finally got a good ticket from the daily mileage. Holy shit. Holy shit. All right, so let's modify this car now to my spec. All right, so start with the obviously known things. Full exhaust. Filter. Brakes. Let's see. The only thing that I don't like about this game when it comes to like buying parts is that I want to be able to change my ring and pinion without changing my transmission. Unfortunately, in this game, you can't. So you have to go fully customizable manual transmission just so I can change the ring and pinion. It's things like that that pull GT7 away from simulator stuff, is that, you know, I can't see right here, fully customizable LSD. If we're going to get technical, that should control. You bolt the ring and pinion, you literally bolt the ring to it. You can see the bolt holes where the ring gear goes on it, you know, but you have to buy the transmission to be able to change the rear end gear ratio, the final drive, if you will. So it's weird things like that that are kind of like, what are we doing in this game, you know? But, all right, so I also had a clutch. McLeod RST is what I had. I would say I didn't have coilovers. I didn't have anything crazy for suspension. Let's go with sport suspension. That feels honest. Sport suspension. Tires, the same kind of tire. Oh, not that. Oh, yeah, I did have that. Yep. So my car, FYI, made 475 at the tire. So technically, we don't make enough power yet. Because we're at 495 at the motor. Oh, I did have a carbon shaft. I had a carbon drive shaft in my car. Did have that. Let's see. See, the thing is where I'm not able to make the power in this. I had a Boss intake manifold. Sorry, a Cobra Jet intake manifold. So that power number, the 495, is about right if I had the Boss 302 or the GT manifold. But I had a Cobra Jet, which made like 20 more horsepower. And I don't know if there's going to be any real way to do that in this game. So I'm just going to have to do that whole suspension of disbelief thing and pretend I don't have the manifold. No motor work. It was a completely bone stock engine. Weight reduction, yes. But probably, what does stage 1 do? What will my car weigh? Oh, that's all yeah, absolutely. Perfect. So my car was 3,250. So let's do that. That makes it 3,300 pounds. Stage 1 rate reduction. Yeah. I'd say we're pretty good. I did have big sway bars, but there's no sway bar independent in this. Like, that's one thing that's... I will say Forza does a little bit better of a job with modifying cars. Like the customization. Let's see. It's like the orb of confusion at this point. PlayStation controller is the best. Fuck Xbox. I think they're all good. I'm very Ford versus Chevy in my Xbox versus PlayStation controller argument. I'm fine with both. I don't like one more than the other. Like, I like the Mustang more than I like the Camaro, but I like the Corvette more than I like both. You know? $500 shot of not. It's nitrous, sir. Fast and the Furious pissed. Oh, man. It created an epidemic of saying things incorrectly. I'm not saying use like I'm not sure if you're serious or not, but like when people say, oh, just put NOS on it, I'm like, God damn it. That's like if you were talking about turboing a car and saying, oh, just put Garrett on it. Just put Precision on it. NOS is a brand. NOS is not an actual thing. It's either N2O or nitrous, but it's not NOS. Hand them an energy drink? Exactly. All right. Now let's see how much faster we can go, potentially, with my car. Obviously, it's not exactly my car, but it's the closest thing I'm going to be able to do. Shut up, NOS it. How do you think the English... So, do you prefer aluminium and Z? The Z part, I'm like... A ZX10, ZR1, Z06... Don't get me wrong. Jeremy Clarkson says it, so I respect it, but... Alright, so let's see. Here we go. TC off. Because only bitches use that. As I spin out. Oh, wait, shit. I didn't change the final drive. You do my final drive. Forgot. I gotta change that. Settings. I'm annoyed. Oh, well, I'm gonna have to rename it then. It is what it is. All right, so final drive. 331s. God, those were so bad. I had 373s stock, but then I changed it to 390s. .331s in the MT82 transmission were just like, you needed 1,000 horsepower to move that gearbox. Now, there we go. Just make sure everything else is good. All right. Here we go. Oh, no! God damn it! Maybe I do need that TC on after all. No bitch. I ain't no bitch. I ain't no bitch. Now, this is more than enough car now to be able to beat the stock time, without a doubt. With a good driver, of course. Oh no, I'm out of gear! Oh, I might have screwed myself. Admittedly, my car was meant for the quarter mile. The gearing, anyway. Not for long straights. All right, let's real quick. I want to make a change. I'm gonna go back to 373s. We're gonna get this, I promise. We're gonna do one more car after this, and then we're actually gonna do some racing. All right, here we go. Tree 70 trees in. I forgot, Slick. That's why, because I've never been into Nords in real life. So I forgot. I was too busy setting up my car to the exact car that I had. And about 160, 165 was the top speed of that car. But I did have 373s in it for most of its life. But I did have 390s in it for the end of its naturally aspirated life. And then I went back to 331s, which is what this had in it factory, for when I put the supercharger on it. And then I hated the car from that point forward with the supercharger. Absolutely hated it. I will never in my life boost anything again that didn't come boosted. If it's already got a blower or a turbo on it, that's different. It's built around boost. It's got the right managements and stuff like that. Lower compression. But if it comes out of the box with a really badass naturally aspirated engine, do not boost it. Do not boost it. You know what I didn't do? I just realized I didn't check to see if the transmission ratios were the same. Shit, I might have screwed up. Either way, whatever. I assume they were the same because 331s were still there, and that is the final drive. Whoa, hello. I'll be honest with you, this game right now with what I'm doing, Misha is the perfect person to test this out. In my opinion, Misha is the one person that can put true truth to what I'm doing right now for a test. Street cars that he's driven in real life on Nords, which he drives all the time. And in my opinion, if anybody else in the world disagrees, they are wrong. I truly believe Misha will be the #1 person for this test. I don't care what GT3 driver in real life, how many Daniel Morads ever got in this game and did what I'm doing right now, Misha's got more authority. All day. That man lives on Nords and lives in street cars. Honcho, I'm currently in a 15 Mustang GT set up just like mine was. Well, close enough, I should say. What was the woman's name who has Misha beat for laps on Nords? I think she died. He talks about her all the time. I forgot what her name was. Sabine. Yep, Sabine. He's got more cars variety experience. She's got more overall laps. She has an insane amount of laps. I can't imagine how many. Oh, okay, we got it. We got it. We saved it. That gave me the same ass pucker I've had in real life when I almost lose it in a car. Oh, curb. That's where IRS is better. Right there. How I just smoked that curb. A solid rear axle car might have actually got upset and spun out. IRS kept that outside tire gripped. No! Oh, we just totaled our Mustang. It's fine, though. We only lost like 2 seconds. We totaled our car, but only lost 2 seconds of lap. Evo's on 0.8. Anything I liked better about Evo's street cars over Gran Turismo is now gone because of Gran Turismo's last update. Yeah, it's at 0.8. Yeah, I probably should have geared this car to do like 170, 175. That's probably about where it would fall in. There it is, boys. 736. 736. Yes, John. The cars have, I would say overall, the entire physics and tire model, the cars have more grip now. Well, the tires have more grip, and I think the physics convey what the car is doing to the wheel a shit ton better now. I hated the way these cars drove in the previous update. Anyway, let's see. Sabine was pretty good at scaring people when they got a few laps with her in the ring taxi. Yeah, yeah. For someone who didn't have any balls, she had bigger balls than most people. So, here's what I can say from the previous update. For me to run the production lap time, and I mean like on like a Hail Mary type lap in this game, to get anywhere near the factory lap time of this car, I had to put tires on it like racing slicks. Or racing softs in this game. I had to put racing softs on the car. And I want to say I was able to get, I went like 810 with a stock Mustang GT. When the production car had lap time is 807. And I mean like on a Hail Mary pass. Whereas this one I did 814 on stock tires and made some mistakes. So like, I'm not saying I'm as good as the guy driving the car on the ring, but I don't have any fear or anything to worry about. So I'm more willing to push a car in a video game than someone who's a fantastic driver is able to push something in real life because they want to go home at the end of the night. So where I might hold it on a turn, they might go, I don't want to die today. That's where real life comes in, the fear part. But anyway, I'm pretty happy with that, guys. Like, I'm just saying, so far, street cars in Gran Turismo 7. That's my reason for playing this game, primarily. Look at my list. Well, you can't see my list because my head's in the way. What does it show on screen here for what you can see? All right, so you can see 4th place and down. So, street car. Technically, the one below that's a race car. Street car. Street car. Street car. Come on. Street car and street car. Only 2 cars I went sub 6 on, and they were both modified actual race cars. Glad to hear that, Mike. That was an easy lap. Exactly, Trev. It's amazing how people really just don't understand the whole you might actually die doing this in real life aspect and how that slows you down. Everybody's arguing, like, right, okay, for example, the reference PMR. Everybody's arguing about what the tires should and shouldn't do. I can tell you this. Every single one of us would get in a GT3 car and not even attempt to warm those tires up. We would be so scared going around the track. We would be so slow. The tires would not get warm. You would need experience and repetition to actually start to push the car to any semblance of limit. But somehow we all know what the tires should and should not be like. Anyway, car settings. Let's go to stock. So I already built this car. This is the last car I'm going to test before I do some actual racing here. Because I do want to do some racing in this game. For at least comic relief. All right, so I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm going to put my mic up this time. We're going to take a stock C506 around the ring. Let me look up the lap time. All right, so 2004 C6. Well, it's technically a 2001, but it's the same car. C5 Z06. Nord's lap time. $7:56 is the time to beat for a stock car. So I'll be right back. To go and motivate me a little bit. But that should actually, Eagles, that should tell you just how good the Mustang GT is. This car, the C5Z06, was way ahead of its time. When this car came out, this thing was like bigger than the C6Z06 was, comparatively speaking, for how ahead of its time it was. And the Mustang was 11 seconds behind it. And the Mustang is a basic car. This was like a flagship supercar by Corvette standards. Yes, it's an older car, but this car was still fast. It's still fast even now for what it is. So, I mean, maybe not compared to the flagship Corvette stuff, but if you asked me if I wanted a base model C8 Corvette or a brand new C5 Z06, I'm taking the C5 Z06 10 out of 10 times. It's not even close. C8s can kiss my ass, unless they're like a super specialty car or something. I do not care about those cars one bit. Anyway, let's go. Here we go. Stock car. I already feel the car handles better, but we're at a limitation to the tire. Probably should have stayed in fourth right there. Car had more, what do you call it? Was able to maintain speed better than I was expecting to initially there, so I probably should have stayed in fourth. Okay. Oh God, oh God. It's okay, that's okay. We recovered it. Slowed down, but we recovered it. Dude, these stock cars, the brake fade, and I don't expect it. I think I got plenty of time to stop, and it turns out I'm not even close. This is dream right here. This is a dream of mine. Take a car like this down Nords. Fuck all other racing in the world. Seriously. I couldn't care less about any GT or Hyper or anything that exists in racing. This is goals. Trev, just to let you know, even with less overall racing experience, you have completed my #1 bucket list, and I have not. So I'm extremely jealous of you, is what I'm trying to say. But also happy for you, because that's a hell of an experience. I should say Misha's the one I'm probably if I had to be, I shouldn't say jealous. I feel like jealousy and envy are very different things. I'm envious. Jealousy means I think they don't really deserve it. Envious means I just wish I could have the experience. Checked off. Whoop. Oh, I fucked it. I think I fucked it. See, like in real life right there, I had a borderline ass pucker moment right there. In real life, that corner was going to slow me down for a while. And now I can just go and, because it's a video game, go right back to just pushing the limit. This car's got some pretty severe shift protection. It's driving me nuts. It doesn't let you engine brake much. Which it shouldn't have any of that. It's just the game preventing you from floating valves, essentially. But this is a stick shift car. Trust me, you can money shift, and it ain't gonna stop you. Can we petition to get Misha to try what I'm doing right now? This is like right up his alley, I think. He does it in AC Evo. Oh, mama! Little time lost there. Oh boy. Go, baby, go. That was me reaching for fifth right there. Look how long this thing is geared. This is about these cars. T56 and 342s. So 8:05, time to beat was 7:56. So I was 9 seconds slower in this car than the real lap time. And in the Mustang, the Mustang was 8:07 time to beat, and I went 8:14. So I was 7 seconds slower in that. Okay, cool. All right, last one. And then we're gonna do some racing. I'm sorry, but this is fun. I know this isn't up everybody's alley. Everybody likes race cars, but this is my favorite way to play games. I wish there was more of this going on PC. Why? This is why I'm so disappointed by AC Evo's recent decisions. AC Evo was supposed to be my Gran Turismo on PC. Oh, what a bummer. All right, let's confirm that I have everything set up right here. Display customizable with 390s. Perfect. That's what I want. I'm pretty sure I already set this car up. Yep. Same setup overall. I've driven this combo of car many, many times. Sport suspension. All right. Yeah, I want to say I pre-made that. I haven't driven this car yet in the game, but I set it up so I didn't have to. No, it doesn't. There are very few production cars in AMS2. There's tons of different race cars. It's basically PMR on steroids. That's what AMS2 is. It doesn't give me a street car, massive street car selection, and it doesn't give me any street car modification. My thing with street cars, guys, street cars need to be modified. That's the whole point. Like what I'm doing right here, imagine the only thing I could do is take that stock C5Z06 around Nords. It's cool, but at the same time, I don't care about stock street cars. I like street cars for the whole, I can do whatever I want because they're not limited by a regulation. You know? It does have more power. It's got 437 horsepower. $384 stock. My modifications, 437. So these cars in this configuration make about between 390 and 400 at the tire. 437 horsepower. I don't know if I want to pull weight out of this car. Chronic the Hedgehog. Interesting name. I am very much considering doing lobbies in this, yes. If there's enough people that want to do it, I'm down. You know? There's way more people that play this game, but obviously I am a much smaller person in that pond. No, this is Eagles. This is an LS6 motor. This is a 5.7 that made about 385 horsepower out of the box. The LS2 made 400 out of the box. But the thing is that they're arguably the same motor, except that the LS2 was a 6-liter. Same cylinder head design, same camshaft. Just bigger bottom end. All right, here we go. That was weird. And now we're shifting a bit better, too. What'd we do in the Mustangs? 736 or something? Do we remember? Oh, yeah, we're cooking now, boys. We're going to cook that Mustang for breakfast. Although I think the Mustang is going to have more acceleration. Just because the Mustang had weight reduction, this one does not. Duck power to 1 horsepower. I have the feeling the transmission's changing its gear ratios. 342s to 390s shouldn't rob me of that. Well, then, no, never mind. I forgot. We didn't go very fast last time, mile per hour wise. So I don't know. I'd have to check. Vets, the thing about a Corvette is even without touching the suspension or anything, just putting a good tire on them transforms how they run. They have such a good chassis and such wide tires out of the box. When you go from the garbage tires that a car like this would come with stock to a real good tire, these things become weapons, even in bone stock form. God forbid you drive a Challenger or a Charger? What do you mean? I might have missed some comments. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, there ain't nothing boaty about a vet, my friend. Vets are one of those cars that have frequently shit on EU cars for half the price in all forms of racing. Only recently did Corvettes start getting like obscenely expensive to the point where like I don't even look at them as like viable options for buying anymore. Not for me, but like in general. Like for reference, my Mustang, or Mustangs I should say, have gone up about $20,000 or so. So from like $45,000 to $65,000 gets you the same kind of car in the Mustang world now. Corvettes have literally doubled. And by EU cars, I mean imports in general. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Ah, I didn't mean to hit that curb. I don't got enough gear in it. I have the feeling it's changing my gear ratios. When I change the transmission, it's not running the factory gear ratios anymore. So technically I would have to modify those to be back to stock to make it a true 1-to-1, but... Alright, so we beat the Mustang by about 5 seconds. Now, the Mustang did get a big advantage over this car in terms of modifying it. We did no weight reduction to this Vet because in real life, it's a lot harder without ruining the car to get any kind of substantial weight out of them. Mustangs, weight falls out of those cars. So, like, you put it... Here's the thing. You buy a Mustang and you put a full system exhaust on it, you're dropping a substantial amount of weight that doesn't reflect the overall weight of the car in this game. That's one thing that's better about Forza. Forza's modifying of street cars has always been a little bit better than Gran Turismo in terms of it being thorough. But the lack of racetracks in Horizon makes it kind of pointless. All right, let's look at chat. I don't know what what the proper consideration for a Corvette is, but keep in mind this is a 2001 car. This isn't a modern Corvette. Hell, it's not even a C6. This Corvette here is like an 80s chassis. The C5 and the C4, outside of the driveline is the biggest change to them. So the chassis of the car itself didn't change a whole lot between C4 and C5, but C4 was the last Corvette that went motor, transmission, drive shaft, ring and pinion, axles. It basically turned into torque tube. So it went motor, clutch. Yeah, motor, clutch, torque tube, transmission, ring and pinion all built into one. So they're really like a rear transmission car. They're not rear engine, they're rear transmission. But that's a big part of helping balancing... Oh, look at that air right there. That was a big part of balancing the front engine Corvette stuff, was basically putting all of the weight of the transmission into the back of the car. So it's literally engine, clutch, torque tube, transmission, ring and pinion axles. C4, engine, clutch, transmission, drive shaft, ring and pinion, axles. And this was the first, don't get me wrong, that's a major change, but that was the only real change between the outside what you can see in terms of like the rounder body style, in terms of chassis. I'm not even kidding. This is where I've put in so much time on Gran Turismo. So much time on Gran Turismo. It's street cars on Nords for me. I can't believe AC Evo, man. I really can't believe AC Evo. Hurting my feelings like that. Gaslighting me. Keep telling me they're going to give me an ecosystem and street cars and all that shit, and then they take it all away. We still got some street cars, but... you know... All right. What kind of racing do we want to do? I forgot what EGOT is, but I don't know what Gaprilla is. what that acronym is. I've heard EGOT, but I forgot. So the only main races that I have left to do are some of the hypercar races. These. So this one's on what? Okay. And then this one... God damn it. This looks like... Ooh, Sardinia. Sardinia! Should I do some of these or should I jump into online? See what online racing is like. I've never played Gran Turismo online. Outside of hosting lobbies for me and my friends. That is. Should I do this race or should I race online? And obviously I have this as well for future reference. Power pack. I bought this a while ago when it first came out, and I have never done a single race. I've heard there's a lot of fun to be had here, though, from a single-player experience. Made up Caprilla just for me. Well, what does it mean? Can't be making up acronyms that don't have any meaning. So it's under sport, right? Online? The online racing, the daily races. Like I said, I've never done this. Does that play every time? All right, so as you can see, driver rating E, SRB. Oh, I have done 2 races. Okay. Top 5 in 1. I'd probably rage quit if I had to guess. What do we got for cars? Specified car. I don't know either of these tracks. Got it. Got it. I got it. I can... Oh, I was going to say... There's no way I can enter with my current car. I like that it's forcing you on hards. I have the feeling that... they've done that. This is the first cycle, I believe, right? Is this not the first rotation, weekly rotation, after the update? The physics update? Or was last week? Because if they're putting everybody on hards, that's the way to go. But if they put people on softs, that kind of sucks. The softs are so... I will say this. I really like the way the GT cars handle on hards now, and even mediums sometimes, depending on the track. But softs don't feel good. Softs do feel broken. That's funny art. All right, here we go. I hate that the Mustang isn't the GT3 car. It's the made-up Group 3 car, hence the factory interior. Round wheel OEM dash, but like a blocked off dash screen with a carbon plate. This is what like a street car looks like when you turn it into a race car. So, in case you guys didn't figure it out, I approved very much of streetcars in this in terms of a realistic standpoint. It absolutely moved the needle forward in the direction of realism and quality with streetcars. Streetcars! I'm hammering that home because I do not have enough time on what I'm doing right now to say whether they are 100% better or they're too forgiving. I know that the racing softs are too forgiving. That I've experienced. The problem is like it's harder to find some lap times on like say Nords. Like what's a GT3 Nords lap time? Streetcars. Streetcars. Here's the thing, Digi. You might have to buy a PlayStation simply because you're a streetcar guy. And that's where this game, in my opinion, is second to none. Oh my god. I was really hoping Forza Horizon... I thought the cars were done really well for the streetcar stuff in Forza Horizon, but the lack of tracks and just kind of takes me out of it, you know? Hopefully I'm not god-awful, because I am E. I don't know that first turn at all. At all. Here's the thing. I can't tell you if this is too forgiving or not, but I can tell you it's a lot better. A lot more fun. And the reason I say I can't tell you if it's too forgiving or not is because I'm never going to drive a GT3 car. And I don't care. But I can tell you that from a force feedback standpoint, from a car telling me what the car's doing through the wheel, everything about this is a better experience than the previous build of Gran Turismo. It's just, it tells me what the car's doing. So much better. I wish that all the time I spent on Gran Turismo was on these physics. I have the feeling in the next update, it might be a quick tweak of the racing soft tire. Racing soft tire doesn't feel good. I really don't like the racing softs. Racing hards feel really fun, really good. This reminds... Here's the thing. The biggest complaint that I have seen from the new physics of this game for people is that they made it drive like project cars. I guess I missed the part where that's a problem. Like, Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire, I missed the part where that's my problem. Like, so you made it drive better, and that's a bad thing. The cars will ghost? Oh, that's lame. Oh, shit. What? Why can't I get in? No! Why was it back on mediums? I think I'm going to have to manually change... Son of a bitch, man. We got to wait another 15 minutes. All right, let me go tweak this car quick so this doesn't happen again. Because when I left the car, I put it back on mediums. Game's broken, right? Yeah, watch. It puts it back on mediums because that's what I have it set to on my settings sheet. And the racing softs. That was my old setup, which wasn't a setup. It was just that. Max downforce. This car drives right there. That car drives insanely, like, just ridiculous. All right, so hold on. Oh. Oh, that's right. I'm hitting the wrong thing. There we go. That'll fix that problem. I think I only have... I don't have any GT3s. Just getting these cars squared away here. Basically make them a super fast car. The softs work okay when you put a blower. When you make the GT3 cars not GT3 cars by making a bunch more power, then the racing softs kind of start to make sense. But as long as the online doesn't ever use the softs, that's fine. The softs really feel like they've become a bit of a fictional tire now. What do you call it? Allow people to have fun like in Forza. No, I haven't bought anything for this car yet. Oh shit, I'm in the modified one. I gotta switch that. That's what I was just trying to do, Trev. I was just about to do a daily race and I missed the I wasn't prepared. I'll say that. All right, online BOP. It swapped. My tires were on default mediums, and when I did my qualifying stuff and I went to go enter the race, it wouldn't let me because I was on the wrong tires and I missed the time. It's really easy. There's a very, very, very small like window of like trying to figure it out, but it's relatively easy. Why does it say still in 15 minutes? I think I could probably get to A in this relatively easily if I actually put the time in this game. My problem is my biggest problem has been my problem since the start. I want to play all the games and I jump around like crazy. And when you jump around like crazy, you never really get fully locked in on one game. Let me ask you this question, guys. I'm about to go on Trak Racer's website right now and buy the flat plate for my rig to put this wheel on that rig. Which means I can't use my travel rig for this, though. That's the problem. And I'm not buying a second Logitech base. That's for goddamn sure. That is a massive waste of money for one video game. See the Dodge Copperhead? All right, let me look it up. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me... It's a convertible, right? Yeah, I can't make a living out of doing these 3 races. Like, that's not the thing. I can definitely do these. But like I said, I want to spend my time doing street car stuff. Like, this is the thing, right? Like, if I was really to host lobbies... Like, you know how people... How I bitch and moan and complain about setups, and this is this game I am the polar opposite when it comes to pushing for fixed setups. I want to build the fastest street car inside of a horsepower or stupidity limitation to see what you can and can't beat me with. You know? That's my favorite thing to do in Gran Turismo 7, which is the opposite of me in sim racing. Sim racing, I want to get in the same exact car as everybody else and see who's the fastest driver. That's what I want to do. I know I'm not the fastest driver, but that's what I want to do. You know what it reminds me of? What was that Cadillac? The, convertible Cadillac. It had a retractable roof. Obviously, all convertibles do. But I mean, it was a hard top, and it collapsed. What was that? It was basically a Corvette in Cadillac form. What was that? Slick, you should know. It was basically Cadillac's Corvette. Same engine, basically the same chassis. But I'm just gonna order that plate. It is what it is. I'm just gonna have to play musical chairs. It's so annoying, but Track Racer. Because like right now, it's because I have the integrated stuff for my wheelbase on that rig. It's easier to remove the entire top section of the rig and just put it aside and put on the plate with this base on it, than to try and swap the base out and then take just the base out of that what's over there. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. So, but the biggest reason why is it's like, if it's one thing if I play this game every once in a while, but if I play this game a lot, I'm not going to want to keep having to set up my camera on a tripod, make sure the camera's in the right spot, put my laptop over here, move the rig into the center of the room in front of the TV, rely on this headset microphone, which admittedly is pretty good for a headset mic. You heard the other one, right? These are both, this is the flagship Astro headset, and that was the flagship Corsair headset. And you heard how bad that microphone was by comparison. So, but I don't have access to my Stream Deck. I can't change the scene. I don't have my soundboard over here. I got all this badass shit over there, and which admittedly, I like this stuff it's fun. I like it. I love this rig. I recommend this rig before getting a Track Racer, that's for sure. Nothing against Track Racer, it's just practicality standpoint, this rig is incredible. Accessories. Hardware mounts. Don't brag, it's unbecoming. Oh, I'm unbecoming. What? You should never, by the way, I know you're joking, but you should never take what I say as, like, bragging. It's not what I'm doing. I'm nerding out. Like I said, I'm far more into the tech than I am the games. Always have been, always will be. I'm over here looking on Track Racer's website, trying to like comb their site. I'm just going to Google it. Track Racer mount plate. Oh, look at that. The very first thing. The very first thing. $40. Literally the very first thing. Yeah, ready to ship. Yep. Oh, I can't believe I'm investing in downgrading. It's basically what I'm doing. Just so I can play a game. You know, this is literally all PMR's fault. PMR should be the game that I've been grinding for 9 months now. Only game I played, loving it every moment. And I love it momentarily, and then it pisses me off and makes me want to go play something else. Back where I started. Because it's not just PMR's fault, it's all the sim title's fault for being incomplete. Glad he said it. Well, I don't think Aris realized what he subscribed to initially. When I did the podcast with him, he had said, I'm the guy to yell at when there's a problem. I'm like, you have no idea how much you just fucked up. Ian isn't even involved with the project, and look how he gets dragged through the mud. Although it's still primarily his fault, but still. All right, here we go. Pay now. Goodbye, $60. Yay. Yay. Thanks, Ian. I'd rather blame Ian than Aris, if I'm being honest with you. Like, I know that the blaming Aris thing is, like, just the way it is right now, but, like, Aris didn't make the game. Ian is responsible for all things. He started on the path of the most resistance. Not the least, the most. So, the reality of the situation is, like, right now for PMR's lack of success, if you were to blame either Aris or Ian, it is like 99.9999% Ian's fault more than Aris. You know? Aris is just editing pre-existing stuff. It's like, imagine you have, okay, here we go. The old computer game, Minesweeper. Minesweeper. The whole field. Mines everywhere. That's the code. Clean up one section here. You think you're good, but there's a bunch of mines buried over here. And anytime they trip one of those, we want to, I'm going to qualify. Well, I'll do that next one. I'll do that next one. I'll qualify next one. I want to see how the driving is from the back of the pack right now. Your next purchase a load cell brake pedal. Other than that, maybe a wheel. The load cell, I mean, it didn't make me faster, but it did make me more, like, comfortable. The idea is that the brake is going to make you more consistent. But I got consistent even on just a spring for a brake. But, I think if I did get better going from a spring to a load cell, it was simply because it felt like I was pushing a real brake in a real car, which made me operate the brake like I would a brake, you know? Because in a real car, the harder you push on it, the stiffer the brake pedal gets, and typically, because the system's working harder, which means you're stopping harder. On a spring, doesn't. But you, like anything else, you get used to it. Muscle memory is more powerful than... There's a reason why you can get fast as fuck on a controller. If I were to pick up a controller right now, I would be a fish out of water. I would be so much faster on a wheel, it's not even funny. Give me some time and muscle memory, I guarantee you I get faster on a wheel. Faster on a controller, especially in this game. Don't fall, folks. There's one little quality of life thing with Gran Turismo. It's small. It's not very big or important. But it is something that I've always appreciated, especially in the sim racing space, is that the liveries that you choose for your cars are streamed through the server. Like in PMR or a lot of other sim titles, both sides of the player base have to download the livery for you to see it. Like in PMR, if you don't download a certain livery, anybody who's using that livery gets the base livery because you don't have the file in your computer. Whereas in this, it's streamed through the servers. But again, I know it's not a fair comparison though because money involved. True chaos is coming. Oh, I can't wait. Let's see. Oil Slick, you're blaming Fernando? Why are you blaming Fernando? Yeah, you keep saying that, Grumps, that it's better. I gotta check it out. Because I wanted to play Stalker 2 originally, but when it comes to single-player games, a lot of the times I like to wait unless I'm really, really hyped for a game. Because, like, case in point, I haven't played Cyberpunk 2.0 yet. I only played Cyberpunk on day one, and I played it all the way through. And it was a shit experience. And right now, it's a phenomenal experience. But I haven't played the phenomenal experience yet. You know? So that's why when it comes to single-player games, a lot of the time, I like to wait and let them polish themselves out. Okay, here we go. Oh my god. So we got Viper, Genesis. A lot of Porsches. A lot of Porsches. The Mustang, guess what, guys? The Mustang is slow in a straight line. Why is this a thing in video games? Why do Mustangs keep being slow? BOP is applied to all these cars. Mustang is still slow. I'm in 7th? I am rank E, bottom of the barrel. I didn't qualify, and I'm 7th. How bad are the people behind me? So all these guys are ghosted, correct? That guy's on controller. Oh my! Yeah, they're all ghosted. Thank God. That guy would have killed me. Because it's E lobby, rank E, bottom of the barrel, which I'm not against, honestly. Case in point. Second place, I've done nothing to earn it. This Seabass, North Carolina guy, though, looks like he's probably faster than me, so... Wish I knew this track. I just don't know it, so... Just trying to play it safe. I don't have any real pace. Oh, hello. Oh, I did the other prep. You know what it is? It probably held my qualifying time. That would have... I knew I could go through him, so I didn't really try and avoid him. Thought that was more of a sweeper than it was. Lost a lot of time there. Wish I knew where I was going! Wish I knew where I was going, man. Go in! I do not have the pace. That feels like it's probably third gear. So, do the daily races, do they switch every day? Or are they weekly daily races? Weekly Monday? Okay, that's what I thought. That's how it normally is, but I figured because there was only 3 of them that maybe it would be more frequent, but... Wish I could turn the wheels off in this game. By the way, how's the audio balancing between the music, the game, and my voice? I want it to be in order of priority, my voice, then the game, then the music. Oh, you know what I mean, Grumps. Sarcastic ass. Yeah, third is definitely better right there. Sounds good. I gotta write all these numbers down. And we know that if I have a microphone issue in the future, it's Streamlabs messing my microphone up. Auto-adjusting it. The Seabass guy's got more pace than me, but he makes more mistakes. Because I keep catching back up and then he drives away. Then I catch back up, then he drives away. I'm hoping he actually fully spins out and I can maybe secure a top 3, but it is what it is. Oh, for sure. People always look at lap times and they don't look at race time. I never understood that. Like, oh, I had the fastest lap. Yeah, but you came in 4th because your total time was slower than the top 3. You know? Everyone is so hyper fixated on a single fast lap. Unless you're duplicating that lap every time, that lap is very insignificant. I think the guy in the Genesis is pretty fast. By comparison, anyway. He's pulling away from the entire pack the whole time, so... I am so bad at this track. Must be hard to watch. Genesis is the meta car now? Got it. That makes sense then. Unfortunately, as usual, one of my favorites is one of the slowest. Like, there's always a meta car, and then there's always a really slow one. And I'm always in the really slow one. Because it's always the Mustang! So the Genesis GR3. Got it. I'll consider getting it if I can find a cool livery. Is there a cool livery for it? I do, although admittedly, I do want to buy the 296 again. I did have it. It drove really well in this. I'm very curious, because I thought the 296 GTB, or GT3, sorry, drove really good in this with the old physics, so I kind of want to drive it again. How does the 296 drive right now in terms of its ranking? Alright, so audio is perfect, pretty spot on for priority, well-balanced mix, sounds good to me. Perfect, perfect. Trev seems to back all that up, so. Oh, never mind, that's the pace comment. Alright. Hey, race position, yay! I'm better than I was before, according to the game, yay! Got me a 4th place. Alright. Probably strongest MR car. I would rather have that car than the Genesis. I have no give a shit about the Genesis. And I'd rather not get the fastest car. I would just rather get a competitive car, you know? My whole thing with, like, I never want to use the meta car, but I never want to use the slowest car. And the Mustang is always slow. So let's go to the dealership. I mean, I do have the Porsche and I do have the AMG as well. But well, I'm not too worried about how safe the lobbies are if everything's ghosted for now. Anyway, you know? Obviously, if I wasn't ghosted, I would care more about that, but... Ooh, that's the car I just won, huh? I just won a $3.6 million car. From a daily mileage. That's wild. That never happens. I do need to get this, too. Part of my collection. Alright, let's get in the, 1.2 million? I'm going to do what Art you just said. That's a very expensive car. I've already bought it at 1.2, but I sold it. Which reminds me, I'm going to sell that other Ferrari. I have no interest in that car. Oh my god. Come on, bro. Am I blind? Oh, right here in front of my face. Yay, $2 million. I'll take it. That was free. All right. So... Oh, Yas Marina Circuit Experience. Got it. Look at you, Art. Look at you, Art. Admittedly, I'm also pretty terrible at Yas Marina, so... Oh my god, I butchered that. We're doing that again. I'm getting gold out of this one. Fuck! I'm gonna buy it. I like it. I'm gonna buy it. Let's go pick it up. I'd rather drive cars anyway that I haven't driven in this game much. If I'm going to get... Because I have a lot... Again, like I've said, most of my Gran Turismo time, like most... By most, I mean like 90 to 95%, is street cars on Nords. That's like was my jam in this game. Like what I started with testing out street cars, the reason why I tested that primarily is because that's what I care the most about. You know, it's one of those, again, the Spider-Man meme. We're like, yeah, you might not like XYZ car in this XYZ scenario, but you know what? That's not my problem. Alright, well, I haven't done that yet for sure, Sujo. If you haven't already, go up to the top right corner and click Watch on the 2-cup streams. Yes, get in this car. Trev, I think you're going to like it, man. You're a street car dude. I'm just saying. Because you're a street car dude, this game's going to feel kind of special to you. If you are primarily into what I just did, GT3 cars, I don't think it's bad. It's definitely not. It's far from the worst. But it's just, there's so much of that, you know? Is this what you're talking about, Sujo? Got it. I have no idea what this is. DNS error, that's what it is. $787B, you have my attention. Ooh, oh. They have all my attention right now. You have my attention. Do I have to watch the whole thing? I'll back out immediately. Perfect. Am I doing this right? Is this entering me to win these cars? Did I do that right? Nice. For my first Gran Turismo? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Art. You guys honestly probably know more about this. I'm telling you, I have so many hours in Gran Turismo, but I am so niche with my experience. Street cars, Nords, race my friends, race AI. There's so much of this game that I've never experienced, which is partially what intrigues me, but... Why is it not letting me in? I don't get it. Car restrictions mid-speed. But it's... I don't get it. Oh, okay, now I can. That was weird. Alright, we're going to turn on some assists here. Is it hard to watch this much of a noob play? I don't know if I really like the braking zone because it's too forgiving. Let's try that. Let's just try the line without braking zones. Just so I get better entries. I've never liked the braking zones in Gran Turismo in terms of the assist, because they're just... If you brake at the braking zones, you're braking way too soon. Ah! I want to get a 154 out of it. I was going 155s pretty consistently in the Mustang. .152.8 first lap. Do you think that was more the car or more the line? Already 2.5 seconds faster than my best with the Mustang. Why is the Mustang always so slow? Why is it always being disrespected? And it's always slow in the straights. That's the funny part. It's never slow in the turns like you would think maybe a Mustang would be. It's always slow in the straights. Ah, I blew that. Son of a bitch. I was making good time right there. I just didn't trust the brakes. Because it's a Mustang. Listen, you Camaro-loving son of a bitch. Let me just try the braking zone quick. I know I don't like it, but because it's not, it doesn't help you in the right, like I guarantee you the braking zone, like there might be some spots where it makes me brake better, but a lot of times it's going to make me brake way too early because it's super forgiving. Meanwhile, it hasn't appeared yet. Did I turn it off? There it is. Actually, that was not forgiving at all right there. I'm being honest with you. That might have even been late. My God, get off the curb! Yeah, I'm slower. Last time approaching that turn, I had a half second. This car understeers a lot. I don't like the braking zone at all. Do not like the braking zone at all. Yeah, I don't do the bonnet thing. I'm sorry. I'd rather have a disadvantage and feel like I'm driving a car. It is what it is. You know, guys like it, they like it, but not for me. Son of a biscuit eater. I really want to know this track, but I'm not good at it. Ah. This car's got so much understeer by comparison to the Mustang. This might not go well for me, but is what it is. I went faster, but I'm not confident with the car at all. Like, I'm way more confident with the Mustang, but I'm slower. This, I'm not nearly as comfortable, but I'm faster every lap. I just wish the views were more customizable, you know? really do much. Wow! Wow! So much adjustment. Oh no, fuck that. Fuck that. Oh, that makes me seasick. Is that what I think it is? I think this made me like, yeah. It basically makes the road more linear or more one-to-one with your body. And your head's just like... Talk about feeling like you're in a boat. Same, I like bumper cam over bonnet as well. Like, I prefer this. If I had to have a view with an advantage, I like this view. This is really the meta racing view, huh? God, I don't know. I really don't know how guys do it this way. It just, from like the whole perspective of racing, it just completely like pulls me out of the car, literally. And not for nothing, but although there's no adjustability, which kind of blows, straight up visually, the cockpit view in this is actually one of the better ones, in my opinion. It just doesn't have any adjustability, which is the part that kind of, you know, makes it not the best. But the motion, the way everything moves naturally, I very much like it. You can't sit in the trunk like Grumps? No, I can't. Alright, last lap. Last attempt. That was already bad. Brake too early. Be honest with you, the line's not helping me at all. The line's messing me up more than anything else. I'm gonna turn it off. God, this thing understeers crazy. I like the tire marks on the road as a better line than the actual line. I'm being honest with you. Nope. Can't get my time out of it. Oh well. Got lucky that line, I guess. Or that one. No. Alright, let's get to the race. It doesn't automatically start. Yeah. Oh, it would blow up if it went to Steam, but it's never gonna. Sony wants to make money. Polyphony is, Here's the thing. Sony's got to be paying Polyphony a boatload of money. A boatload of money. To stay on their, you know, roster. It's allowing me to warm up, but there's no time. Piss quick. Hustle! Hey, I got first place. Look at that. Well, quali. Qualified first. That's how you know I'm racing with people who aren't good. It all comes down to money, Andre. It's money. If Sony is paying them more money than their projections they could get on going cross-platform, there you go. Only got to develop on one system, Sony. That's real easy to do. That is a badass looking car. 296, badass looking car. So the guy behind me was the only one that, from a lap time quality anyway, like threatened my time. And he was actually running my normal time. This is like a unicorn time I ran. Oh look, it's the man, these, I have no idea where I'm going, huh? Whoa, what the fuck? Come on, that doesn't happen the entire time I'm practicing? And then in the race that happens? Unbelievable. I'll be honest with you, this car has way too much understeer for my liking. I like driving the Mustang better despite it being slower. Unbelievable, man. Quali first, crash immediately. Calm down, buddy. That's unfortunate for him. I apologize. He ghosted right, or he unghosted right as I got on his bumper, and it just gave him a love tap. Sorry, buddy. Wow, is there just no draft? Dude, this thing just is a giant plow. It's just pushing the nose everywhere I go. I'm hopeless, man. I am so bad at this track, it's not even funny. Does this game even have radar? Dude, I don't like this car. I really don't. Honestly, it's fast, but it understeers just too much. It's not a good experience. I hate understeer. I would rather battle oversteer no matter what, always. Understeer just feels like grossness. Radar, huh? How do I turn it on? Told you I have 0 online racing experience in this game. Dude, I'm 4 seconds off my quali time. Just put a bunch of snow on the ground so I can plow it. Dude, it's just everywhere. Oh, that's radar. Got it, got it, got it. That's right. I forgot. I knew that. I actually knew that. I don't know why I forgot about that. Dude, I don't like this car. I really don't. No confidence, no stability. It's just fast in a straight line. I'd rather get back in the Mustang, honestly. This is awful. I at least like the way the Mustang drives. This I don't. This might go right back in the bin. I can't even get anywhere near my quali time. That's how, like, lack of confidence I am right now. I just realized it's already 3 o'clock. Holy shit. I've already been streaming for 4 hours. That's a good sign, though, boys. That's a good sign. You want to know why it's a good sign? That means I'm actually enjoying myself. Because time is going by quick. I was looking down expecting it to be 1 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock. Admittedly, if I keep driving this car, I might rage quit. Mustang drives so much better. To me, anyway. I've always preferred front-engine cars. I've never really understood the mid-engine driving in any sim. Like, I couldn't tell you right there where I just got 2.5 seconds. Or 2.2 seconds off my lap time. And how I'm already 0.4 off the last one. Alright, who wants to play GT7 tonight? Does anybody want to do it? Does anybody want to be involved in that? We'll do some actual lobbies. Is anybody interested in that? Or should I just not do that? Because this game is definitely going to be in my arsenal. I'm having too much fun to avoid it. Sorry, everybody use bumper can? Yeah, everybody does. Bonnet or bumper. I gotta use cockpit view. Even if it makes me slower, I don't care. Gotta use it. The last thing I want Gran Turismo to do is slow me down in other games because of a view selection. If I were to get on bonnet in this and use cockpit in every other one, come on. No, I'm not gonna. I can't get a PSVR 2. That's just too much money to waste on something that I'm only gonna use like every once in a while, you know? Plus, it's not good for streaming. VR is just not good for streaming. No one wants to look at someone in a headset. I need to be able to view chat, stuff like that, you know? I'm sure the experience is pretty damn good, though. You're boycotting PlayStation this week? Here's the thing. You shouldn't boycott the things you've already bought. That's all I'm saying. They've already got your money for your current PlayStation. Boycotting using the thing that you paid for and own, regardless of how little you might actually own it, in theory, That's all I'm saying. Use what you got. Now, if you're going to boycott it, you know, I wouldn't pay for PlayStation stuff in the future, but even me, I'm gonna. As much as I don't like Sony, I'm gonna buy a PS6 when it comes out. It is what it is. Here's the thing. They absolutely have the industry by the balls, but I can't change it independently. So it is what it is. Jay Bibby, what makes you think that I bought a PS5 Pro for Gran Turismo 7? Sir, I've had this PS5 Pro since it came out. Since it came out. When it sold for $700 and not $900. I said the only reason to buy a PlayStation is for Gran Turismo. However, I've bought it for Final Fantasy games, all sorts of Sony exclusives that will unfortunately continue in the future. I'll buy a PS6, but like investing into extra hardware for something, I only need the minimum hardware. I need to be able to play the games. That's all I care about. I'd rather invest in a MetaQuest or something like that for my computer if I'm going to do VR. Investing into hardware that only works on one game versus all of them. Although, does the PSVR 2, can it work on PC at all? I don't actually know that, if I'm being honest with you. Cool. Guess I'm renting a car. Yas Marina Blue. That would be a reason to get it if it works on PC as well. The PSVR 2. Genesis drives good. You got a 152 following an Alien's Ghost. Yeah, I got a 152 out of the Ferrari, but I couldn't do it a second time, no matter how hard I tried. Get in the carper. Here's the thing. I'm with you on the... I've been a Steam user for a long time now. I have not bought computer... I haven't bought a single PS5 disc or a single PS4 disc. That being said, I understand boycotting, but at the same time, nothing is going to change. Whoa, hello. Nothing's going to change, and all you're going to do is miss out on fun. This car handles like a bag of ass. Holy shit. This car's rough. This car's rough. Put me in an old muscle car. Get me out of this German pile of dog doo-doo. Jesus. Dude, I think I'm braking late. Alright, so I didn't have to do that downshift. The thing about activism and boycotting is you all have to do it. And I hate to break it to you, but 75% of the people who play on PlayStation are just gonna do whatever they gotta do to play their video games. So unfortunately, it just doesn't work. Everybody's gotta be on board. Dude, this car sucks, asshole. This car just stops like it's driving in Jello. It handles all right, but it just does not work on the brakes. It's so hard to drift on a wheel in this game because you gotta be able to snap left, right, full lock, full lock, full lock. It's so easy on a controller. So hard on a wheel. If Sony is doing one thing to me that matters so much more than the disc thing, it's the exclusivity thing. That pisses me off more than anything else. I have a collection of Sony games on PC that they're all of a sudden they're never going to come to PC again. Are you fucking kidding me? That is a problem for me. I have 2 of the 3 Final Fantasy VII Remake games on PC. And the third one, when it comes out on PS5, is never going to come to PC. So I'm going to have an incomplete collection on PC? That's bullshit. That is total bullshit. Just like this fucking car is bullshit. This thing sucks, asshole. Holy shit, this car sucks. Let me see what the braking zones are. Imagine how it would look on a 5090. Exactly. If Gran Turismo... Like, here's the thing. The only reason I have a PlayStation is for exclusives. Not for physical media. The only reason I have PlayStation is for PS5 exclusivity. And Gran Turismo, up to this point, has been the only PS5 or PlayStation exclusive that has never had a PC variant. Every other game has. And everybody's talking about, oh, GTA 8's going to come to PC. GTA 8's going to come to PC. Meanwhile, Sony just announces that they're never going to have an... Dude, this car sucks. This car sucks so fucking bad. This car sucks so fucking bad. This car reminds me of old Gran Turismo 7. In fact, it does not feel like this car got the physics entire change that the rest of the cars did. Dude, I don't think I'm gonna do this race. This car is just cancer. This is the shittiest car I've driven in Gran Turismo 7 so far in this update. I've driven a slew of cars, quick test driving. This thing is just a joke. Who programmed this BMW? You have never driven a BMW before, have you? I was just joking about the German piece of shit thing. This car is a very, 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 very quality car in real life. Get me out. Get me out. Fuck that. Fuck that. It's just the worst thing I've ever driven. Holy shit. That was bad. Yeah, we won't be doing that. I'm good. I might never drive that car again. Sayonara. I'll try one Group 2 race and then I'm going to get off. But the reality is, though, it's in Sony's best interest to not get rid of the disc. They're going to hurt themselves more than anything else. They're not going to hurt the community. They're going to hurt themselves. Of course, they're only going to keep the people with money and the diehards. That's it. They're going to lose all the average people. They're going to just go over to PC. Maybe that's part of why I don't care. Because those people will just migrate to PC. But for me, it's the PS5 exclusivity that's bullshit. That's the biggest thing for me. I love this car in this game, by the way. Man, I really am all the way up, huh? That's crazy. I just feel like I'm so low in this car. I'm not justifying any of Sony's decisions. I think they're all bad. I'm just telling you, like, the ones that piss me off. It'll bite them in the ass. It will. You're going to lose a lot of casuals. But they're already going to lose a lot of casuals with the cost of PS6, which admittedly is a lot of that's out of their control. Blame your, favorite billionaire for that, whichever one that might be. Yeah, this is going to probably be my daily race. This race is better than the rest. All that. Best car. I love this car. And most fun track. I just don't remember the track. Hence that braking right there. Hey, look, you can counter steer in GT7 now, boys. You couldn't do that before. So let me ask you this, Andre. What if I host lobbies during the day? Who would be available to play? Because I'll do that. And I'll also do a pit stop if it means I get to have more fun in the rest of the race, you know? Smooth. Like a glove. Race B wasn't bad. That race A was terrible. I'm good with that one. I think street tires feel really good in this game. I did it again. I think street tires feel really good. I think the racing hards and mediums feel good. I think racing softs are bullshit. They are not realistic. I think they mess those up. If they scale those back to just be slightly better than the mediums, I think they'll be in a good spot. But the racing softs are a bit silly. That being said, so far, the racing softs haven't been in any of the ranked races. And if you're doing a custom lobby, you can just not allow them. That's what I plan on doing. What's your time zone, J Bibby? I can turn tire wear up, that's true. That's true. I wish there was a way to turn tire wear up, like specific tires. Is that possible? I don't think it is. Like, can I, 'cause I'm pretty sure it covers all the tires. But if I could turn up the racing softs so that they wear much faster. So maybe, hypothetically, you could say it's a realistic tire if it's a fake tire. Like, that doesn't make any sense. It's a realistic tire if it's not a class-specific tire. So it's like a drag radial or something where it's super, super grippy, but you are going to run out of rubber so goddamn fast. So if you could, like, turn up the racing softs overall wear, but keeping the mediums normal to kind of promote the mediums better. Good enough for me. This will be our last race for now. I gotcha. So I normally do my streams at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard and 11 p.m. Eastern Standard. Not always guaranteed both every day, but if there's a reason to play, I'll play. All I know is I'm having fun with Gran Turismo 7 and I fucking hate it. Doom shotgun, right? Yeah, that's a good one, yep. Restart this session with a top 100 ghost to chase. How do I do that? How do I do that? Is that under Ghost settings? Load Ghost. How do I do that? I don't want my personal best Ghost. I want... It should be the loaded Ghost data, right? Podium icon. Where'd a Ghost at? I clearly don't have something on right here. Oh, that's why. He's too fast. God, he is gone. Holy shit, that's crazy. I did not use my brakes as much as I thought I was right there. So he must be going super wide and cutting in. I can't, I don't have enough time anyway. Plus I gotta piss. 2:01, that'll be what I have to do. Ugh. Sorry, my mic was up. Where would it tell me if there's a mandatory pit stop? And I definitely need to chase a slower ghost, is what I was saying before. Yeah, I'm way off the... I'm going to get my ass kicked in this race. I'm way off the pace. I'm 4 or 5 seconds off pace. How are these guys so fast in rank E? Like, I feel like if I found 4 seconds... that would be a fast lap. Because I'm even on the medium tires, too. Holy shit, it's 12 laps. I don't know if I'm even going to complete this race. I don't think I got the time. New accounts from veterans, yeah. That just sounds boring. Like, honestly, just go do something else. Some questionable connections in here, that's for sure. Oh, come on. Not rage quitting, it's time quitting. I don't think I have enough time to do this race. I normally get off at 3. We're already 30 minutes past the time. Fucking hell. That's what I get. I should have hit the brakes a little bit more. The fact that there's no neutral in this also pisses me off. Yeah, we're not doing this race. I don't have the time, and I don't have the... like, no. don't got 12 laps of patience for that. Not right now. Not right now. Not right now, boys. That might be a tomorrow thing. I don't know. All right, so let's do some chatting at the end of this stream here, because I don't have time to do that race anyway. So, things I can do on stream: dailies, the power pack, which could be a lot of fun, but I don't know if it's worth streaming. Or lobbies. Custom lobbies look something like this. Ah, there we go. Actually, I want to make this a GT3 or a GT lobby. I'm basically prepping this for GT. So I want shortcut penalties, collision penalties. This is a benefit for people, whatever. I don't want to get turned around, and I know you don't either. Flag rules on, pit lane cut, yeah. Nah, that one's a cunt in this game for some reason. Ghosting during race, no. Prohibited, prohibited, prohibited. No limit, no limit. Auto drive prohibited. That's probably if I wanted to use different kinds of tires. This is going to be a GT lobby, so we're only going to be on racing tires. It can be BOP'd. Yeah, Trev, honestly, I mean, it depends. I like that C race. I just don't have the time for it. I joined at the wrong time, you know? And I'm not too worried about SR and stuff like that right now. I'm dabbling. Oh, you know what? Shit. Let me change the settings to GT3. I don't think I have that set. should probably rename that GT3 class, but... Am I just not hitting the brakes? Is that what's going on here? Like, I think I need to reduce my brake pressure here. One thing I don't like about my RS50 is the actual RS brake pedal. I'm just not a fan of it. Oh, now I got damage. So anyway, who would be interested in Gran Turismo in the evening versus the daytime in terms of playing, participating? It's not going to be the only game I play, but if it's enough people wanting to play it, well then... What time zone are you on? Because my 11 p.m. is Eastern Standard Time is when I would do my evening streams. Wait, do cars still self-repair? Is that the thing? Did I need to pit there? I really didn't need to pit there, did I? I don't remember getting this understeer. What is happening? I feel like I'm just not pushing the brake. The problem is my brake's got a lot of travel, but not a lot of input. That's why I don't like it. Like my Simagic pedal barely moves. It's all pressure, and that's my braking force. Whereas this is a lot of movement, and like there's not a lot of input. You know? And going back and forth that's another reason I want to kind of, if I'm going to, you know, do this, I kind of want to put this on there and just get used to one rig. Because not only am I jumping between games, I'm also jumping between hardware. And my brain is not good like that. I am stupid. I want to say this is 150. It might be 100. It might even be 75. Honestly, I don't have a fucking clue. I just bought them to match the wheel. I should have bought the Pro pedals if I had known. I used to have the Pro pedals. Too bad. Are you saying it's set to TOO week? Or as in it's not... You want me to set it, like, is that, or are you saying to set it to week? Yes, it is. Oof, that was terrible. What is the actual functionality difference of ABS being set to weak? Does the car actually stop better with it set to weak? I'm done. Let's chat. And oh, by the way, guys, I have this. If anybody wants in, this is how you're going to get your invites for this. This is where I'm going to post, like, if I do a custom lobby and I only want, if it's locked or something like that, I'm going to have to, like, regional, because it's region locked, the game, you're going to need the lobby code if you're, like, far away. Like Puff and stuff, he played with us the other night. He needed to get the lobby code because it would not give him, even if you went filter by friends only, it would not show him the room because it was region locked. Oh. Yeah, I got a lot to freshen up on in this game. I feel like it's the first time I've ever played it. It's been so long since I played it. It's refreshing, though. It's refreshing that I'm kind of bad at it. And I got practice. But I had to zoom the camera in more if I use this view. Anyway, all right, that's it for me. So yeah, I got to figure out what we're going to do tonight, if anything. Tomorrow, daytime, I can't stream. I got to tune a bike. Maybe I'll do a shop stream again. We'll see. We'll see what I do tomorrow. But I am definitely not sim racing during tomorrow's day stream. So, yeah. I'll be in touch in my Discord. If you guys are wanting to be part of it and be in the Discord, let me know. Sign up there. Let me get out of here. Ugh. Can't close the stream from over there. Anyway, folks, that's it for me today. A little bit of a shit show in the beginning, but we got to figure it out. Like I said, we'll figure out what we're going to stream. I know this is not going to be nearly as popular at first because we've been primarily playing Project Motor Racing, and that seems to be our king. But I am not comfortable. Well, not comfortable. I am not confident in that game's future right now to be just continuously playing something that, you know, punishes me. So we'll see, though. But anyway, guys, thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out. And pay attention in the Discord to figure out what we're doing tonight. Till then, folks, have a good one.